everything okay? Good job, computer. Yeah, nice work, Joe. Who all is here? I'm still here. I think my apps are just stacking on each other poorly. That sucks. I had a lot of people here on my stream, and now it just went poop. Okay, anyways, yeah, fun. I don't know, I might have to do a full system wipe, just to, like a restart. Things are looking a little buggy. Well, at least I managed to keep some of you around. Some people are like, oh, streamer died, I'm gonna go watch somebody else. That's gonna be weird for me with the VODs and stuff. I hate when that happens. I don't want to have like several different episodes. Anyways, for anyone watching the VOD, my computer just decided to crash, so, yeah. Where am I going? Oh, right, it's kicked me out of New Games Plus. Hopefully it saved my progress. Speak with Elfino. He's over at the bottom. I thought he was going to be at the next place. I think even though it didn't really like impact us that badly, I think the solar flare probably did mess with electronics just a little bit. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed. But no, the past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Oh, he'll survive. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad, and rightly so. It was without a doubt one of your most epical victories. Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mill. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pray that, let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Yeah, hi Spidey. You went and killed my stream, way to go. Everything went crash, boom, 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 crash. Okay. Let us speak with Lucia and see our Estinian affairs. Papapu, Master Alphino, my honored friends, as if winning Grisfolgar to our cause was not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I do not know how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true savers this day were Papapu and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's Shade, and the other through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon is was conveyed to the infirmary where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he is yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. You must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Ceramic is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment they are in development. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Fububu. Twould seem that we are awaited at Fortoa Manor. Well, Discord has these stupid, drivers and stuff. Program integrations and that. And it just updated, without me saying so. So, I'm thinking that it probably messed with some sort of driver or whatever. Sometimes I wonder why I have Discord, though. Welcome, Mistress Papu. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it looks like some other people disconnected at the same time. That's weird. It's weird that everyone sort of had a computer problem at the same time.
The heroes of the hour return.
Yes, I am a hero.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had Chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
Okay.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
She just told you that he's not regained consciousness.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts.
Oh, I think he's more than just brothers in arms. I think he's got a...
In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Really? Really? Alphino of all people? my friend. What can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino? Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint to admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hraesveldar's trial, and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Litany of Peace. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found an elder brother he had never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once. And I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He's a friend with whom I would gladly... Uh-oh. What are y'all been worried about? Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Easy. Tell him I'm on my way. I'm on my way. No, Estinian, don't slip away. There's the best effort. Oh, there you are. Quickly, Pupupu, we must go to him. Upon proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yes, I will proceed. What? Why is that thing glitching? That's weird. Looks like the computer's still acting up.
Estinian!
Oh, jeez.
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvelgar to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
Hey, it's just the thing I do.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh,
Never a break for Alphina.
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness.
Mm-hmm.
The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest.
Well, you deserve it.
Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend,
I wonder if this would be any different if I was a Dragoon going through these cutscenes.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
Cozy. The dragon is not.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident.
Well, it's about time we
His
had a
duty
break.
done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais. only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords.
He became chairman now.
Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir.
Everyone's just like, okay, well, I guess we got our representative now.
Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace.
Someone steps up and says, "Ah, yeah, Drabarnians."
The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age.
Stinian still has his polearm, though. I wonder if he was bringing flowers or if someone gave him flowers. I don't know what you do with flowers other than eat them. They're tasty. You wouldn't know because you ate slug.
Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Bananas are? Wow. That sounds Care Bear as fuck. Stilgar goes and is a dragon. From the memoirs of Count Edmund de Forton, Heaven's Ward. I guess that makes sense. Oh, it'd drive me insane writing a book like that with the pen, because I'd be like, if I make any errors, then I have to start the whole book over. Well, I guess penmanship was technically a skill in itself at some point. Not so much now that you can type, but... That looks like a relaxed, content man. Some guy in his golden years and finished his book. Now you can just lean back and relax. I like this. It almost deserves a little "the end" at the top corner of the screen. What do you gotta say now? I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending her way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Fopopo. Oh, they're mentioning me. They're like, oh, I noticed you. Coming back. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that it once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? I don't know. Those are big questions. But these questions are for me to answer. It is not man's nature to change overnight. But I learned through painful experience. It was with this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not us who we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women of our children, or that our children will become. May the towers rise proudly for the fundament of our legacy, or from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word that Captain Whitecape, that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His wolfishness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend in your travels, reassure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Fopopo. And please, convey my warmest regards to Master Elfina. Alvina's probably a little offended that Estinian left without saying goodbye. To Patrol Manor! Hey look, roleplayers. Oh, these sprouts, they're so cute. It's a tower, You've saved the day again, Fopopo. Not that I ever doubted you would. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the debris of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though our people may stumble from time to time, I know none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and a seemingly endless procession of primals. The will is to walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to the section of distant locales from the landing of Ishgard. And that would be the end of, I think, 3.4. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we got the spooks. I knew it was too much to ask. Something. Yeah, my shadowy friend, the eyes are down there. I don't know why they're intent on making them grin and grimace like evil people. They're not evil. They should have humble looks on their faces, given what they actually are doing at this moment. Thank you, Blonde Harris. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then. Aye. There is naught to concern us, aside from one overly cautious mouse. They already noted. We already know that Nella stays there. Good job. So overly curious mouse. Oh, is this where Fan Creek showed up? Yeah, I knew he was following him. This way. Hey, Ozium, how you doing? Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. I'm doing good. I just killed a big black dragon. And I totally butchered their dragon talk. And thus did gray mists give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices join in song. But beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. I've completed part 3. Alright. Let us waste no time. We must do part 4. What does it say here? After 1,000 years of bloodshed and sorrow, the shade of Nidhogg, rage incarnate, fell at last to the warrior of light. So it was that the dragon war drew to a close, and the survivors, bloodied but unbowed, could begin to pick up the pieces. A new day is dawn in Ishgard. A new day dawns in Ishgard, and our champions may rest easy, if only for a moment. For every ending marks a new beginning. I don't know how long I can keep doing this, but if I feel like it's getting late and it'll impact me getting up in the morning, then I will probably call it. Otherwise, let's keep going. Promise is kept. A new day dawns in Ishgard, and the House Fortuna Knight has tidings for you. Mistress Papu, you are come at a most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event, Sir Eric de Borel, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borel, cordially invite Miss Fapu to dine with him at his estate. We're getting an invitation to have dinner with him. Yay. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that this lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, as plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What do you say? I should be glad to accept. I would, but I haven't the foggiest idea what to wear. Any thoughts? I say let's do this one. Am I dressed for the occasion? You would ask me. Well, I am assured that as a personal friend of Sir Emmerich, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that is what Lord Emmeline has been heard to say. I assume the same holds true for ladies. When you're ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. A man of House Borel shall be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. I could be in the goofiest outfit I want. Do I have an alpine coat? No, I don't. Where are you? Let's see what it looks like. With my other stuff on. It looks kind of cute. Can I dye it? What does it look like if I dye a certain color? It's not bad. Ooh, I don't know why I have that die there in my inventory. I kind of dig the red wine color. Alright, where are you hiding at there, Cup? Is on me, so I'd have to suspend, my new game. Just a sec here. Just for the occasion. Horns, if I wanted. Where's my coat? Cool outfits and stuff, but they're different. I'm gonna have to check my wardrobe and just kind of look through it sometime and see what other designs or outfits I could go for. Where's that coat? Oh, there you are. That's outside my price range. That one isn't. Is there a single one? Here, I'll do that. Look how cute it is. I think it looks good. It's not bad. Alright, I need to turn on the thingy thing. Greetings and well met, Flipperoo. have the honor and privilege to serve as the head steward of House Borel, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Nay, the battlefield beckons even now, I'm sure. But for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Nice and cozy. I suppose I could have removed my gloves, but oh well.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn. I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Oh, come on. Drink. Yes, have a drink. He proposed some tea. Nice.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Though perhaps a bit long for my liking. Why not join me on the next? It was also, yeah, this one. I like this one.
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you. May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
Never a dull moment.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
I suppose I'll have to pick up fishing pole if I ever get a break.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did she.
This is Papa Lilo narrating now.
Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Oh, you're so spoiled, kitty cat. You're such a spoiled boy. Yes, you are. Yeah, look at you lying down asking for tummy rubs. Yeah, what are you up to? What are you doing, Ty? Huh? Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, he's such a good boy. Yes, he is. Want to rub John Hams? Yeah. Oh, he's such a good boy. Yeah, you're such a good boy. Anyways, let's go ahead and, don't give me that meow. Don't give me that pathetic meow. Don't give it to me. Alright, one little hug for the cat. Okay, I hug the kitty. Oh, he's a good boy. Alright. How are you? Oh, he's a good kitty boy. Meow. Oh, you're such a good boy. Yeah, you're such a good kitty boy. Yeah. Oh, you're a good boy. Yeah. Oh, okay, kitty. Right. What was that silver shape for? What?
Yes.
Really? What? What are you up to?
Is that...
Oh, he's a good boy. Yeah. Sorry, kept being freaking cute right now.
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly.
Yeah,
I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Oh no.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons.
I need an antidote.
Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please, come closer. The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Little doll sit and flop and all that. Let's see here. Ground sit. That's a normal sit. I can do different positions. So I'll relax and stuff like that. And I can get all cute and sit all, you know, like that. Just like that. Very cute. Why do I have that? Oh, I don't. I did the wrong color. Never mind. Anyway. Okay. So. Where's my. Oh, he's right here. Okay. Surely they won't let her. Yes, I know. I must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Kyurgeons. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? Shadows of the First. Alfno and many others know all too well there is no rest for the righteous. Technically there was like a patch though, a break. So the warriors of darkness and the Asians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Los Asnath, when they were confronting Arvana, gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alfano? There's much more I do not understand. But I know this, a primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alize risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Papubu, will you accompany me to Zolfatal and help me stop the Exil's ritual? Leave it to me. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Exil homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Turthan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. Shall have our finest airship, Master Alfano. The mountains of Zolfatal are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, and after all, the Exil dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it to be the wiser to cross into Zolfatal by way of the mountain pass, east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you a safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zolfatal. Though my men are unqualified to confront the primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Exil. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress Alice regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. Who do I talk to now? There's no quest objective. Oh, it's because I got my UI changed. Oh, there we go. I was like, who do I talk to now? Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Fenelin, due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of Ixal warriors, I have been informed House 429 have already dispatched them. The enemy gates lies open. We need but walk through. We have everything in hand here, miss. No need to worry. And may I say what an honor it is to work with you, miss. Beyond this gate lies the trail which will lead us to Zelphatal. According to my map, it looks to be a relatively straightforward route, albeit one through exceedingly dangerous territory. Mr. Football, Master Alphino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they're up to something. And don't let anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelphatal and aid you as you see fit. Given the numbers we are like to encounter, a two-pronged approach may be best. While the Knight's Knife feign a larger attack to draw the Exil's attention, I suggest you and yours attempt to slip past the defenses and locate the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, you should only have to deal with some few patrols, but if they are not, you may be forced to do battle with the Warriors of Darkness. Well, that just sounds hopeful. Sounds promising. I think I can do this by myself. So, we will unsync. And Zelphatal, where are you? There we go, down here. What item level is that? That's item level 210. This one was 200. Okay, so it's a little harder. I should still be able to do it though by myself. These bosses shouldn't be too hard. Especially faster. That's the other thing. We get through dungeons fast. They mentioned crunch a little hard. Should still be alright though. Steady. Hey, steady. Alright, you guys are learning. Those things are always weird because they like their eyes roll in the back of their head as they're about to bounce. Oh yeah, this seems safe. This seems like a very safe path. Oh, I can't go further. Oh, crunch and crunch. So this one, it'll do that. Let's do the and you're good. A little dodgy, but we managed to kill him. That's pretty good. Featherless. Oh, you're alerting the troops. Well, that's not very nice. I'm just sounding the alarm. What do I need to kill here? He gets. That's enough of that. I need the air stone, apparently. Well, one of them came out. If we let him go to the second phase, he would have partially summoned Garuda. Not like a full force of it, but it would have been like, oh, that's actually Garuda there. We better hurry up and kill him before the ritual's complete.
Thank the gods! What happened?
There was a bunch of birds. They were everywhere.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Again, mistaking him for her sister.
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
It's weird though that they're using Eorzean names for each other. Because over in Norvrant, the Shadowbringers area, they have different naming conventions. Perhaps they didn't
You've been
sort that
awfully
out
busy since we
earlier.
were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Asians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Go on.
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Asians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Yeah, and we'll be there hopefully in a couple days.
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. Diada. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking.
They don't care because they're already dead.
You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Why are you being so ridiculous? Why are you being so ridiculous? Ow! Ow! Claws! Claws, please. Stop with the claws. Seriously. Stop. Oh, no, the blanket! things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save the world they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. This wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever the reason, it must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me, but this is neither the time nor place for idle introspection. The Knights can apprise Lord Edmund of our success, and we, the Lord Commander. More importantly, I would like to see my sister's condition improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I'll be at the congregation. Yeah. Kind of crazy though, seeing all those things. It was pretty obvious what was going on and not understanding really half of what they were saying when it was first told to us. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Flippaboo. What news from Zelfatol? Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Yustola has been tending to Mistress Alize in your absence, and I'm pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She's a resilient one, much like her brother. I thought we had to get like an antidote for her or something, though. Looks like she's recovered, though.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. They told me you had departed for Zelfatol while I was still abed. I slept much better knowing that. Thank you.
I take it your mission was a success.
Well, I'm here.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power. Death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation. and the warriors of darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Emmerich and Thancred on a Dude Bro adventure.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
About Orianja.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alize, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Ah, never missing an opportunity for your seamstress work there, Tataru. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go on a little bit of a break. So, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Meow. Meow. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Well, tell me. What do you want? Did you miss me? Yours was gone forever. I was gone forever. Forever and ever. Never to return. Nope. I am becoming a graduate. Anyways, Osmium, thank you. Thank you. It has been many moons since last we worked together, though I believe the same cannot be said of the two of you. I confess. Break out of it. Quit fighting. Sorry, cats are in attack mode again. Looks like they're gonna have to sort it out, I guess. Anyways, blah, blah, blah. I confess I was aware of your subterranean expedition. Of your search for the truth of the calamity? Oh, he's referring to if we did the Bahamut stuff. I considered involving myself in with her venture for a time, but as you know all too well, circumstances conspired to keep us apart. I can only assume she carried on in our absence. I think it would have probably said something different if we had actually completed that for this particular character. But no, I'm not able to do Bahamut stuff. Not in this time frame. My apologies for keeping you waiting. And she won't change her outfit for another 2 expansions at least. Yeah, probably just 2 expansions, because I think she has a new outfit in Endwalker. Right then, shall we be off? Tatara never ceases to impress. Though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12 she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember the time in the studio when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please. She was not my can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? I wonder how many times they'll refer to like some of these tales in the manga series. Because it's supposed to be like during their school days kind of manga. So be it. Another time, perhaps. I should thank you for your assistance with my expeditions, Fukubu. Though we left matters somewhat unfinished, I am nevertheless prepared to focus on the task at hand and aid you to the full extent of my ability. Yeah, it's definitely driving it home that I did not complete the Bahamut stuff. As you helped me brave the coils, so too will I help you defeat the Warriors of Darkness. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I've been meaning to ask about the carriage. I don't know what that one is. Yes, the carriage that so fortuitously arrived to spirit us away from Ul'dah after the banquet. The driver informed me that I had my sister to thank for his presence in Ul'dah. How did you know to send help? Oh, drunken brass blades are ever less discreet than sober ones. Unfortunately, by the time I learned of the plot, it was too late to do anything more. Frankly, I'm still amazed Bennett managed to find you. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who's ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor do I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I am here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let's depart for the Waking Sands, then, and see if Ferrangi can be of assistance. Oh, wait, pray return! Pray return! Ah, great. Ferrangi, will you stop working in the Waking Sands? I'm tired of going back to the Waking Sands all these times. Ugh. Oh, look, it's like we've been here before, about 15,000 times. And so our intrepid adventurers journeyed forth across land and sea, well, land and sky, to a place all too familiar. Hey, look, role players. I wonder what they're doing. They're probably role playing. Ferrangi, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino? Would that the scholars had seen more fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee to thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. I do so ever wonder how he manages to speak continuously in cursive. I too have heard tales of recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast traps crystals, and to take a direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Exil's plans before they came to fruition, I would be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and Yassine did not have similar designs elsewhere to which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day I received tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Melthor. Orgamoro stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumors mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. We must be certain of the truth of the matter ourselves. Let us consult the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Football. Thank you for your counsel, Ferrangi. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. I'd say, scowling in the back there. If I may, brother Ferrangi, is there something else you would like to say? I'll say. If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Really now. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish you to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, and that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask you that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I've heard tell of a promising tome, the Genru Oracles. Maybe we could start there. Oh, Alice! Why are you being so obviously suspicious? How do you know that name, by the way? He's like, you would not know that name. You would not know that forbidden book. by their leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. I don't know how I personally didn't see that Arianje was spooping with the Warriors of Darkness. It makes more sense now that I'm following the story continuously. But first time through, there was plenty of gaps between patches and stuff, so I was like, why is Alice being the bitch to Arianje? We shall speak anon, Fukupu. I pray thee attend Master Alphino and Mr. Salase. Yeah. You do your part, I do mine. Oh wait, I could just teleport. What am I doing? Hello. It better be the sulfur. Come, let us speak with Commander Bloeden and see if there's any truth to the rumors concerning Titan's return. The Lord of Kaz is returned. 7 hells at this rate. I'll have to appeal to the Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. I am your hero. Well, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the scions of the 7th Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Uberno have got much more aggressive as of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I am about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? You've spoken with the commander, then? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when we first arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? The kobold in the camp, you said? That would appear to be to corroborate Orange's information, yes? But to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp to draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be a time to think on this matter. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning. And that means finding and questioning this kobold. Pretty sure I know where he's at. He is somewhere nearby. I don't remember the exact spot. But I know it's somewhere nearby. Do I need to get him scared before he'll do his thing? Come on, where's that? Where is that ledge? I know there's a ledge. Yeah! I can flare! Trust me. Is there not a spot out here? My mind might be flip-flopped as to what I'm looking for here. Kobold, kobold, where are you, kobold? What does she have to say here? One of the scouts said he looked quite small for a kobold. Could he be hiding somewhere like this? Maybe. I thought there was like a ramp or something that leads down. He's hiding there. He's not down here, is he? No. Oh, that's different. I need to find... Oh, there he is. There we go. Koboldling. Oh, nice. Well, that was a legit gasp. I did not mean to do that. Now is he all over here? Not up here, not down there. Where the heck would you be? Ah, there you are. That makes more sense. Stop where you are there, Kobold. Stay back. Away, far back. I am not a... Yeah. No, it's useless, pointless, helpless, no use. Kobold. Kobold, where are you? Oh, is it being cheeky and he's over here somewhere? There he is. Please don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. Gah. Why are you still running in circles here? This was a stupid plan. Stupid. But if I don't tell him, but if I tell no one, then everyone will. God, she found me again. What to do? Beatty's Koblin. I come in peace, only to talk, speak, say, talk. So please, do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? I wonder if the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. That's all, we got fine work, Silence. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No. I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... No, let us take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least, I will be a Pikmin one day. Well, Gabu. Well met, Gabu. I am Alphino, and this is my sister Alize. But Bublu, the woman who found you, is our friend. And now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloweden, there thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu. But you said you came, to ask for help. Why to us, and not to your own, people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one is going to hurt you, alright? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch, the Patriarch's going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him. Beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said if they didn't have the iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen them any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I have heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that is sickening. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They don't listen, only talk about punishing overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please, help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. Let's see here, just double checking something. Alright. I have faith that we may stop the ritual. We would surely have detected an associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifest already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see that Gabu knows and what else Gabu knows, and formulate a plan without further delay. Let us pray that we still have time to save Gabu's parents. What sort of twisted monster would consider a ritual focus a work of art, knowing full well how it was made? And we call them beastmen. We call them beastmen. The beast that mourned at the heart of the mountain. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them. And if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come. Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh. Several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them. He was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come. Gabu will lead you to the first cache. That hardly seemed fair. Then again, they only have themselves to blame. Pray, see to the crystals. Alizé and I will stand guard for any errant patrols. Quickly! Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way. Oh, of course I'm getting a bit of a wall here. What are you waiting for? We stand the lookout, you take the crystals. Shut up, Alizé. Huh? If I didn't know any better, I would say this crate was... If they find us, you'll protect me, won't you? Time is short. If you have the crystals, we would move to the next cache. Do you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye. It's just that... Alright, what company does it come from? I'm quite certain that crate bore once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Kurthus to obtain crystals, much less bother to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Bilbrin by another party, most likely a pawn of the Asians, as that Thamdreed speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never mind you that. As Alizé said, we do not have a lot of time. Could you take us to the next cache, Goblin? Yes. Of course. Gabu knows the way. This next one is the very last, and very large, very big, very huge, very large. the bud, they were here. Heaps and heaps of crystals. Gabba said the cache would be here, but unless it's remarkably well hidden. Actually, what else did he say? We should pack up the crystals and leave now. The kobolds could stumble upon our handiwork at any moment. I don't see no crystal. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. Confound it. What about you, Flippabu? Any luck? Nope. Nothing. But this cannot be. Goblin saw them. Spotted, saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is to where and why. With Orgrimmar, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. Is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. We will, Gabu. We will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent the Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals that I might deliver them to Commander Bloeden's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. Alphino is right. 'Twould be folly to deliver the kobolds the very thing we sought to deny them. Mother, Father, we're coming. The crystals, Papupu, if you'd be so kind. Large quantity of crystals intended for Titan summons. There you go. Thank you. I should deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloeden of the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there's an aetheryte within Orgrimmar mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you join you anon. Strange, I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of action. But if this is what you prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way. Right here. I hope the Patriarch and my parents are there. I take it this is the 8th grade we seek? Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. I trust your feeling is suitably heroic, Papupu. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, you clouds! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. You have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers here? But how did you... He's got like a derpy voice if you hear his actual voice later on in the story. Where are my parents? Patriarch, where are they? Oh no. Oh no. Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace? You monster! How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of the Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Alice, not yet. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering to your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course, cease your attempts to summon your god, and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned by the overdwellers' inconvenience. To be abandoned at the overdwellers' convenience. Oath breakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, oath breakers. You take and you take and you take. And when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live. That a god drains the land of Ether, and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, overdweller. You've ruined your own lands, you will not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you. I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something. Please. 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 Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Oh dear. Wait, I kind of blinked. Did he just turn into a Titan? I think all the rocks kind of crushed around him. I'm pretty sure. He became a primal. That's weird. Ooh, angry boy. 7 hells. Oh, it's summoned. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, he's over there, crying. Okay. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alphino, leave it to me. You got the Evan Carbuncle now. We must away. He's breathing. I don't see any injuries, but I can't seem to wake him. By the 12? How could I be so foolish? Should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were left to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as it would, as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represent but a fraction of the quantity needed for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of Ether, the stronger he will grow. Should Titan be permitted to leave Ogrimmar, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. But you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alize and I will tend to Gabu. When you return with when you finish the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. And then, it's like, I guess, not enough, Titan hard mode, I guess. Although he does, like, unique voice lines as you're fighting him. Or at least target him. Medieval Hard. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Control? There we go. Camera position set. There we go. That way when I spawn in, I don't have to worry about, like, a camera being in a rock or something. Not enough time. I said I'm here. I come. I'm here. Oh, rough stuff. Oh, of course. Of course I died to this. Like an idiot. Oh, here I am not even playing the game properly. Is he dead yet? No, he's not. Oh, really? Okay, I guess we're here waiting. Ow. Ow. Really? Damage down, damage dealt is reduced. Aw, this thing, of course. I didn't see that thing was still up. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I saw those rocks combining. I just wasn't sure if, like, it combined around Gabu or not. But now I remember now. Yeah. You're back, gods, what a relief. Ah, there she is. Did I not tell you she would return, safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more? Good. There's been enough tragedy this day. He's been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He's almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he'd succumb to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death, like any other thrall, such as the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. We must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Azel's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. I know what happened. Gods help me, I was there. The thought that we might have to... Seven hells, he's just a child. Beneath the star-filled sky. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing the commander of Bloeden's of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? You're set for sore eyes? Then the others came back without you. I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. It's settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it. But not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal. There ain't a soul in the Maelstrom who hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, though. We're all prepared to do our part. But we weren't so naive as to think we'd have lived to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that. Which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now I know you have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass in triumph to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Well, at least he's still able to follow people.
Who goes there?
It's me.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I traveled far and wide with two companions, Simeon and Zil, who were very... under some rather unique circumstances. I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Eric, and Alfred and I, at last, came at last to the Dragonian hinterlands.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this.
Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
I think with the Warrior of Darkness, I just assumed that was like Black Mage Oriange, like Warrior of Darkness version of Oriange, where this character, Ardbird, is supposed to be related to our character.
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done.
So they just wanted to antagonize us. They didn't actually want to kill us until Oriange here suggested it.
What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
What ho, Papa? I trust you had a good night's rest? I was but this moment speaking with with Famcrit and Yashola via link girl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates, which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Ceramic believes that this is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into recent activities of the other tribes, in case they are too flush with Ishgardian. In case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Ryonji another. Wait, where is Alize? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. I'm sure they're fine. There they are. Let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I've already packed my things. But how is she? Brother, Commander Bo Eden, something tells me you're not here, not solely here out for concern of his welfare. But to answer your question, there's been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. Kobolds have face expressions? What? You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance. Until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help me secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'd not soon forget, nor will Maelstrom command. I'm so sorry, Kabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to. I know I can't possibly. And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much that your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget it. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alize. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A 1,000 times over, there will be a reckoning. Alright. Oh boy, pray return. The waking sand. Couple more quests. We have heard glad tidings from Ogre Moro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, The people of Lensa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. It was by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, which weighed heavily on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Gilran oracles, and we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture. One of the worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 in 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Menphili spake unto thee. As for what becometh of the reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, where to endure as one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in the world will die? Ah, okay, so that makes sense. That's why we wouldn't even bother rejoining, even if there was a humane way to do it. We would all be reduced to magical dust, and everyone would be one, yet none. Individuality gone. Just magic particles. Great. So the splitting of the world was not only to save the world from the final days, it's now currently the only way that existence can possibly happen with individual souls and stuff. In essence, the verse speaketh of the renunciation of flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light, in the manner the words of darkness described, it would give way to a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die than they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of the soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such at the least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. So actually, what might be suggesting is that it reduces the other shards, not the source, but it reduces the other shards to not people, but just magic. Which would explain why we get stronger as the, things rejoin, but, I don't know. Would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered to the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the priest tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgar. Okay, an actual god. Not just a beast tribe god, but ones that the Highlanders follow. And the individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that these Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elian Riol's network of spies. Surely a jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of their leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the reconnaissance group which received the crystals without delay. Papu, Alize, I would have you come with me to Lila Amigo. Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Well, if removing Huayu, I guess, yeah, her name's Huayu. Not Royale, Huayu. Removing her, but the Assassins ended up being their new masters, then I guess removing her really didn't make much of a difference. There's still a network of spies out there. Afno, Alize, Fapupu, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. The cursory interrogation of the prisoners yet confirmed that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too. What few remained, regrettably, it would seem, they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we were told. Were it to be, where it will be received by members of the local resistance group. Since their Amex men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Wait a moment. There is more. And I defy you not be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one of Elian Huayu, the infamous Ivy herself. We already knew that too. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Shtola next. But is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. She's like, oh, Arianje knows this. It's supporting my cause that he's doing spooks. He's being a double-crosser. What in the world has gotten into her? It is twice now that we've sought Arianje's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Levier estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood where I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may raise the matter. Later, though. Little Amigo awaits. Alright. Was it the White Falcon or something? I forget what they call it. I see no sign of Thancred. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, It's been a long day. Did you have something to say? Arianje? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Fuklubu, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then. To more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Let's pray that someone will be willing to speak to us about the resistance. When we were free. So, to review, we are reliably informed that the members of the Alamaden resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here can wholly be unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would be sensible to divide our forces, Fapupu. Why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west. And afterwards, we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Alright, time to box these kids' ears again. Where are you at? Sifrid. Do not mistake her. It is not that she hates you. He hates everyone. Oh, I see. Huh. Okay. Let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You were not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Almegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Eldons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I feel like that's calling back to my origins of this character starting out in Ulda. That's kind of funny. I see. I see you there, going about asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems there's a talk of little Almedo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. And somewhere up here. Yeah, there we go. The Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. He's all but given up hope. Okay. Well, that was easier than expected. There's not a soul here who isn't eager to talk about our masked friend. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of the newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet, despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they're the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alameda liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope that their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this group will receive the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help along about it. Given that you and Gunnabald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Yeah, sure. I'll go and talk to the old guy. To hear people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years. But if that's the case, just what has he been playing at for the past 2 decades? If he's so devoted to the cause, why has he waited until now to do something about it? Unless, of course, he hasn't. Not would please me more than to be wrong about all this. Well, this guy, do you have anything new? It's all well and good that Resistance is gaining new recruits, but we could do with more help with the corpses. I've not forgotten the crimes they committed in the name of the King of Ruin, nor have any of the older generation. But these young ones, they're all too happy to let bygones be bygones. Talking about King Thorn, the bad King Thorn, yeah. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Fububu, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin, I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. But 'tis a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Alright. Men who can inspire such fervor in their fellows are destined to shape the world. In what manner, however, is not always clear until it's too late. The young ones were led astray once. Let us ensure that it never happens again, for the sake of, for their sake, in full order. Whatever could be keeping him, if he's taken the scenic route, leaving us to do all the hard work, I shall treat him to a piece of my mind. Oh, you know why? Alice doesn't know that Tancred can't teleport, so he's literally having to walk the entire way back this way. Or, well, maybe a chocobo or two, but he can't take the fast way. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. Building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us, but no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
No, not at all.
Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
We caught up.
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Strength of heart. Of all the places to meet, it has to be fate. Hey Zil, how you doing? Mayhap it's my imagination, but you seem rather more rugged and world-weary than when we last spoke. I'm all dolled up, thank you very much. I am a beautiful, thing. I'm not rugged and world-weary. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Fapuba would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing this whole time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in little Alamego. All at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned the Scion's exoneration, that little Rito had severed all ties to the Crystal Braves, and that General Raubon had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me and with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gathered from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. Well, I think we did get a letter at some point. To be honest, I thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within their community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends of Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if you were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when he participated in the raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I was making it all... as if I was making all of you... Oh, making fun of her wearing a mask all the time. It's not as if I am making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, to get to a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. Yeah. Oh yeah, stretch. me what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin. Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, well, that man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make a reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it mere bluster, but in context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed. That is assuming you'll have us. Of course. We've been waiting for you this whole time. In retrospect, the tale is not so surprising. We had reason to believe that they had escaped with the aid of Alamean refugees, after all. Still, Tataru will be delighted to hear that we have been reunited. Once we have attended to matters here, of course. Do you honestly think he's planning to liberate Alamigo with the help of a primal? I mean, could he really be that stupid? Yeah, I think he is. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were not the Griffin's closest, one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the masked plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers falling on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to go look the part that we might maintain the charade. Until we have him cornered at least, here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Tailbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough. Thank you. And with that, Poo-Poo-Poo, let's be off. What did I get? I got an item. Oh, here it is. Sack of gil. A heavy leather pouch entrusted to you by Papalimo. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gil. For the rest, one must needs resort to a sack. It's like, money can't be a problem with, a handful of gil. You need a sack full of gil. Well, don't look at me like, don't look at me. You're the one with the sack of gil. You do have the sack of gil, don't you? What if I don't? Huh? You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. I'm sure this money will change your mind. Well, you're the ones with the gil, and seen as you're friends of Papolino, there, tunic and socks for the both of you, tailored to and treated to your tastes. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Don't tell me you lost him. Fowls balls, woman. I'll give you another set if you did. Well, let's not make a habit of this. I see. If I somehow lost the clothes that he gave me. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see you at the spot Papolino marked on our maps. Alright, I should have, what is it? What's the weathered top, right? Weathered Weathered shepherd's tunic and slop. Speak to Alpha. Have like so many extra pairs of it. There we go. I have my stuff. Except I also have the gloves, which I'm gonna hide those for now. And the weapon, I suppose. Yeah, I guess I look the part, except for my shoes. I will wear... sandals? No, that's slammer. Okay, no shoes. I am barefoot. I am so down on the hard times, I am barefoot. Look at that, I can cosplay my adventures. I went out to help some beleaguered adventure merchants, and then they went and stole my shoes. Oh, I guess Alphina's not wearing shoes either. Those little weird fakey sandals, those are actually bare feet. Well, look at us, a pair of down-heel adventurers seeking the chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we'll play the waiting game. The waiting game. Oh, Alphina, you didn't remove your collar. I removed my necklace.
My thanks, comrades.
Comrades. Certainly looks spiffy in that.
You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. You really should put some clothes on.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god.
Thanks for making our problems.
Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Eater? Eater. Not Ida,
Then let's
Eater.
be
Okay.
off.
British people and their A's being R's.
Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Wait, hold on a second. Let me pause the gameplay here for a second. I just checked. Zill, there's snow? There's snow where you live? It hasn't gone below 50 degrees here. Where I live, it's just like almost equator. It's ridiculous how much lack of winter is where I live now. I'm teasing, of course. I'm just like, oh right, snow would probably be falling around this time of year. Yeah, no, it's like I'm finally south enough. Not finally, but it's just like it's south enough that it's weird though. I mean, yeah, it's almost December and I don't have any snow or any like chill. It's still t-shirt weather most of the day. I'll probably be dying in the summer though.
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference.
Oh, I was living in Washington. I was gonna eventually what I was gonna do is, and I'm not doxing myself because I don't live there no more, but I was going to actually play American Truck Simulator and dox my old hometown. Not a single family member that I'm beholden to lives there no more. When my grandma passed away, everyone kind of shipped out. But no, I was going to see an American Truck Simulator if I could actually drive all the way up to where I used to live. It's kind of a shame though that I didn't know that. Maybe we could have met up somewhere. Is it Eastern or Western Washington? You don't have to tell me if that's too narrowing it down too much for yourself. But me, I was on the east side of Washington, Spokane area. So, I mean, you could have met your heirs in real life if you wanted to. Place where it rarely snows. Nice! Well, anyways, right, yeah, so, back to the game and stuff. Eastern close to the... Oh! well there, Ark. I almost decided to live with my parents. That was fairly close to that area. They were more in Oregon area. But, yeah, no, it's just like, when I stopped there for a couple days and I looked at jobs and stuff, no offense to people, I mean, I'm sure if in like a city area it might be better, but where I was about to try and settle down at, I was just like, it's just depressing. The internet sucks. The jobs suck. Like, my folks were trying so hard for me to work at an RV manufacturing facility. I was like, no, I don't want to make RVs. I don't want to wake up and have to be at work at 6 o'clock in the morning. Ugh, awful. No, it's much better where I live, though. And if I get, successful as a streamer, then I could just fly wherever I want to go if I feel inclined to go somewhere further north. I just surprise myself sometimes. Sometimes whenever I'm like, oh, I wish I could get out of this place or whatever, where I'm living, I'm like, honestly, if I just save up $500 bucks, I could go anywhere for a weekend and have fun. Not often, though, do I have $500 I can just blow for nothing in particular. Yeah. Yeah, it was Keystone. My folks are out in the boonies, though. They don't actually live, like, in the area where the place is. But yeah, no, my folks were like, oh, you should totally go in there and take that job. And I'm like, no, I don't. I really don't want to work there. I really don't. It's so funny, though, of my folks. They're all, like, trying so hard to get me to do these, like, career-minded jobs. I'm like, no, my passion lies with online creation and stuff. I'm an artiste. I am not a laborer. I'll earn my keep, but that's about as far as I go in terms of work. The rest of my passion and time investment is in just, doing my online stuff. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing, too. I'm hoping that the job I just picked here, I'm going to call them tomorrow, and hopefully they'll actually, say, hey, yeah, start working. But hopefully it's not, so much work that I end up not finding time and energy to stream. Otherwise, that will change quickly, because I have options. I have lots of jobs I could probably jump on. Heck, I might actually possibly look into this other option. There was someone that wanted to help at a bowling alley. I'm like, what do you do at a bowling alley? I mean, even if it paid what, $10 an hour? I mean, it's kind of significantly less than what I was making at my other job, but it's also, cheaper where I live. What would you do at a bowling alley? Polish bowling balls? Make sure the shoes are all have shoelaces? Vacuum? Serve a drink or two? I think it'd be pretty simple. Anyways, yes, let's go back to video game stuff. Yes, no, Eris does like balls, okay, yes, I get it. And you better watch out. My radula happens to have a very abrasive surface on the middle. I won't just polish, I'll sandpaper it. You do know that slugs do basically have cats' tongues, right? Anyways, right. We were yeah, no. That's why I focused on that one picture I posted on Twitter. I was like, look at that, you see those bumps on the tongue? Yeah. Oh, Zella's I've got their full attention now. Anyways, okay. You were driving in the snow?
You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
You dare insult me? I am not supporting the summoning of primals, even if you personally aren't going to do it. Ida, you really should wear some pants.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
He just wants to go home.
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences.
Okay, Dad. Potato.
You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
We literally did not move a single inch during that entire exchange. Can we get out of these ruddy clothes? I'm tired of this stuff. I mean, I look adorable, but I look adorable in most everything at this point. Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me. I can't expect to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. That was resistance leaders. Those were the people that, because it is fresh in our minds. Over in Quarry Mill, yeah, the one guy and his friend was sick. Or had a wound that was festering or something like that. We helped him out. Can I expect to recall every name and face? And besides, it's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present. How you focus on problems at hand and always keep moving forward. Hey, I am living in the everything at this point. I am everything. So, let us keep moving forward together, people. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. One life for one world. Alphino would keep moving forward. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere in the Xanarch, ready to be put to use by the Emolga. We must apprise Alize of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Amigo after I have changed. Yeah, I'm starting to itch in places I don't like my usually exposed thighs. Okay, there we go. I need a... Oh, excuse me. There we go, now I'm not so restricted. Thank you. Alize! Oh, Pancream showed up. Kept you waiting long, my apologies. Ah, that's much better. Subterfuge was never my strong suit. We were prepared for battle then. Now that Pancream has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papa Lima were here all along? Well, Stola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We can't very well leave them at the hands of the Emolga. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit, even as we speak. We must make for Xanarch without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let's depart at once. And so they go forth in accordance with Griffin's plans. The players gather to assemble their marks on the stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, Gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized. For never shall we know its like again. So right now, we are not aware of this, but Arianje is acting on behalf of the Warriors of Darkness, and also in our best interest. The Flood of Light has already happened. By the time Minfilia shows up and stops it, 9/10 of the world is being consumed. I don't know. There's not really much signs going on around in the world here to show that the calamity is about to happen, but yeah, the world's about to. The first is about to be consumed even at this moment, with timelines and stuff being all kind of conflicting in that. So with Arianje, I don't think he quite precisely plans it this way, but what ends up happening is that we stop the Warriors of Darkness, and in our conflict, we manage to summon the Word of the Mother. And then the Word of the Mother's like, hey, I'll send you guys back, and I'll also stop your world from dying. And then that's how Norvrent is sustained after we beat Stormblood. Anyways. All seems calm here. Is it possible that we were deceived? You'd think there would be more obvious signs that something was afoot. But if anything, the place seems quieter than I remember it. I have a bad feeling about this. Alright, one thing I'm going to try and do, if it does play it, because this is Ifrit, I'm going to experiment, so I might mute the game audio. Not myself. I should have that option available to me. But there's a song in this game called Torn from the Heavens, and fuck me. I know that I'm going to win these stupid disputes, but they've been in dispute for the last 20 days, or however long I've been streaming this game. And it's just so stupid. It even says on Worship Hill, it says that I can play this song in the United States, and then they're like, oh, well, we're just going to hold your content hostage. But if it plays, if it plays that song, I'm going to hit the mute button on the game audio, and then hopefully I'll be able to turn the game audio back on before we miss any cooler sounding effects. I should be able to hear the music myself, so actually that's true. You know, I should still be able to hear the game, and it's just you guys on the stream won't be hearing some audio. Yeah. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Battle of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Battle of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Alright, let's proceed. I'm ready for you again. Are you gonna play it?
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
A good man pushed to the brink of madness. He has become Joker.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Again, why do they give the evil grimaces? Why are they so evil? Their cause is just, you know, as good as... Okay. Sure.
Uncle! Defend me!
Alright, go ahead, use one final moves, I don't care. Nice. Good job, Carbuncle.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Don't you shut up.
Alizé!
Sure, yeah, no, just swift cast a flare on Alizé, you asshole.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
OMG, Red Mage reveal. She has a magic sword.
If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
My staff's cooler.
Finish this.
I guess it's not playing the song, so I guess we're pretty good for now. That's right, I think they stopped the primal summoning. So what I'm gonna do, I guess I'm gonna kill him. Oh, invulnerable? Really? You're making me waste all my magic? I dare you.
You shall fall soon enough.
Ino-chan, you made me lose Ino-chan.
There's no escape.
So they called upon the Power Pylon. Oh. I forgot about that part. You enjoy harassing people that can't do nothing to you? No! Oh right, I gotta get rid of the fucking conjurer. What am I doing? Hello. I'm so dumb. Alright, almost.
No more games.
I'm like, where's the... Oh, really? Oh, really now? God damn it, I can't break free. Oh, funny lore bit, but the conjurer lava stone wants to... wants Arbert's loins.
Now.
The lore mentions that she's infatuated with Ardbert and wants to have his children. Inter Erlange is one of the most badass lines.
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
He just walked right through that vampire.
By the 12! Oriange!
He looks good without that mask.
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
I'm so glad this song's not copyright. It's a good song. Alright, take out the conjurer. I feel ether going up beside me. I think I've got everyone else occupied, so let's do that. Where's my ether? Okay. Not enough. quite enough. Crashing probably. Must channel, oh yeah. Oh, there Rose prison again. They got the Condor. Thank you for the follow there.
Just a little more.
A little more. Alright. They called upon their top crystal of light again. Little jerks. Warrior of Darkness. Alright, do that.
Hurry up, nightmare.
Nope, not gonna happen this time. Alright.
I'll crush you.
Oh, I'm not doing some damage here. That's all working. Alright, I took out the Soul Ranger. Really? Oh, you fucking bastard, you got up again, didn't you? We'll be a month till your month. Alright. They're all distracted. Hopefully we can get it. Blinding in its radiance. Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
'Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Not like this.
I would probably say a little yandere. Maybe slight, whenever she's not evil, she's dairy. Well, though.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Not really. Okay, maybe a lot.
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait!
Such methods as the Asians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
Mm-hmm.
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Oh. Why was I keeping that?
What is this place?
Shush. Trade secret.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
So what I ended up doing, if I understand this correctly, is that because I invoked the crystal, I actually made all 6 of those crystals a offering of light to manifest Menphilia again. Because she couldn't hold her form earlier.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light.
Okay, fine, Ariana, say exactly what I just explained.
In this desperate hour, we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother. with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark.
So yeah, his whole entire plan was to get everyone and their crystals together so that they could summon Hydaelyn to help save the First.
Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the First's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
Let's see here. I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without a sacrifice. For the instrument of the First's deliverance would being. So he thought that he would have to go to the First to stop it. This is before Raha and the Crystal Tower are able to drag everyone over there.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away.
Oh, yeah, well, I guess not Urianger, but to send Hydaelyn, or Minfilia to the First.
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Okay, that makes more sense what he's was mentioning. I always thought it was kind of a little bit of a weird, like, riddle. So, yeah, he intended to send Minfilia there the whole time. She's like, I go there willingly, probably, is what she's gonna say.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal? And at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
If you guys are not content to lay on the table and you're gonna mess with my crap, then I'm gonna have you not be back there. Ugh.
You would go alone then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Okay, so that's how Tupsimati shows up in Papalyma, with Papalyma. Where am I keeping those? Where am I keeping all of those things? Jeez.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
They've already sacrificed their flesh. I guess they could go back home to die, or pass on, or whatever it is that they're gonna do.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Yes, I will become a Reaper, the darkest class possible, and do the most good. That should balance things out.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
before she goes to the first, she, sends one last message to her adoptive mother. It's better than not saying nothing. Okay, speak with Alpha now. Speak with everything. Everyone, yeah. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness. Though things do not unfold as perhaps, I mean to say, I truly believe that she forgive me. I should not have spoken. It is not my place. It would seem we have the southern. We have let's see. It seems we are in southern Thanalan again. Manfilia doing no doubt. Or Manfilia's doing no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warrior of Darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in return to the first, would they not? Mayhap that is their wish. Or that was their wish. Yeah, little do we know, they end up becoming dark specters that we have to eliminate, because, like, they're still kind of corrupted by light and fun stuff like that. Yeah, fun. We should talk about what to do next. Speak thy mind, and do not expect thy forgiveness. Poor Sam Creed. An ending to mark a new beginning. Huh? Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere. And this is when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I'll go back to Zanrak and secure them. The Emology will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They're not like to notice the lone bard skulking about. But then, Creed, thank you. Don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papolimo. They must have finished searching the Mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Fupupu. I know I am. If thou would permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting that Warrior of Darkness in the Ascian in white at the Great Library, I tried to not think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that it had been there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did. That you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I can think, I find I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Forgive me. But I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath gained her strength, we shall join thee in the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Papolino, right, they're up here. Okay? Can I talk to them inside this area? Or, well, just outside, I guess? There you are. We've finished our search, in case you're wondering. I've yet to tell them what happened in Zenark. I thought it best to do so together. Well met, Flippable. Alphino said he'd be joining us. So it seems the Griffin's double was telling the truth. And so far we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zenark? Actually... I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted the final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it's past time you and I rejoin the Silence. We have been away for far too long. Though I'm loath to give the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives. And I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on what challenges that you have faced in our absence. God, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataro's tales may well surprise you. Oh. Gunnabob. Ida? Ida, Ralgar be praised, it is you. Ida, alive, and standing here before me, in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, come now. Has it already been so long that you don't remember me? It's Gunnelbald. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation set us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Amigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida there was always full of fire. Ever the first volunteer for a mission, until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nearly a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here. The Silence. Oh, sorry. We were still in the circle of knowing back then, right. Anyway, I wanted to come back to tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all, and I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let's return to the Rising Stones. So, that's the other thing I guess I missed. Now I know in context. He'll take me for giving you that mask. I can't believe I completely missed this bit. But yeah, Ida's pretending to be Ida. She's actually Ida's younger sister, Lise. And, but Gunnelbald thinks it's actually Ida. So Ida was all, that fake Ida was flustered, because it's like, I don't know what we went through, what you and my sister went through. And Papalymo's all mad at himself for, enabling her little, play of pretend or whatever. I can't exactly tell why she decided to do that, but yeah. I think that was probably the most context that I had, blown over my head the first time. It's kind of nice to revisit it and just be like, oh yeah, now I understand what's going on here. Welcome home, Fopopo. I trust your journey was uneventful? You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely to the Temple Knight's care, you will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Stoll and Kryle and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stone at the earliest convenience, now that our lost friends have been found. Okay. It would seem neat to discuss the future. Hey, Kat, do you mind not scraping the towel into the litter box? That would be nice. Yeah, you're making a mess everywhere.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this.
You are making a mess everywhere. Yeah, you're making a mess everywhere.
Not since after Minbreda.
I know what you're doing. Okay, anyways.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
It's not easy living with a bunch of cats. You have arguments that you didn't think would occur. I know. Yeah. Yeah, you are making a mess. Well, come here. Come here. What are you doing? What's up? Okay, anyways.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
So they're basically just continuing the silent operations, but being more autonomous. Since Benthelia's obviously not coming back.
My main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryle.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Yeah, figure out all the metaphysical stuff.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Right, I'll keep you guys in order.
But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Well, let's see here. I'm pretty sure there's several things that have yet to be resolved, so let's go ahead and do this one. I'm so cute with my little flapping lips.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
It's official then. Gods, I hope I don't regret this. Leave it to me, Papa-Boo. I'll make sure she's properly introduced to everyone. Look at them, Papa-Boo. The signs of the seventh dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome, all of it has made us who we are today. Were we to go here and, where we go from here and what the future holds, only to the 12 now. But I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
Hey, come here. Come here. Come say hi. Uh-oh. Tupsimati.
Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Hmm.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
Where are you hiding that? Can't fit in that little pouch of yours.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, for all for which they have all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted, then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. Ah! Okay. That would more likely explain what Elidibus's purpose is. He wants to maintain his equilibrium, because what happened is that, I bet you he rose to his station, when the Ascians fucked up and created the void. You know, there's no ether there, nothing for Zodiac to absorb. It's just a black hole at this point. So with the light, it's basically a black hole, but with lights at its base instead of darkness. I would say white hole, but that's kind of not technically the right term to use. It's just, yeah. Anyways, so he kind of actually orchestrated saving the first on purpose, is what I'm gathering here. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Ah, okay, and this is where the eyes are being given. Yeah, the Warriors of Darkness located the eyes, and this is what Elidibus went and grabbed. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. He knows exactly what he's doing, giving it to Hilbert. Yes, I do believe I appreciate what Yoshi P mentioned about revisiting a tale more than once. It's already making a lot of sense. Or just making it's enjoyable to see this story again with, eyes unclouded. As corny as that is to say, it is true what's happening here. So it was here all along. And this is happening before Stormblood, which is also happening before Shadowbringer. So they had all the pieces already being laid out before we got to, 4 or 5 years worth of content. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Again, why do you gotta be deliberately evil? I think they get off to this. Alright, well, okay, so we're not quite done with part 4, but this one says Tidings from Garabania. It is gonna start stepping into Stormblood stuff. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I gotta go and do something tomorrow for a family member. So, I will call it here. Thank you all for watching, and hopefully, those that are following along are enjoying the playthrough. And if you missed anything, or if you want to just kind of see how things are going, or just have something playing in the background, I've got the whole, all my VODs are being uploaded to YouTube. So, anyways, thank you guys. I really appreciate you. You guys, the ones that stay in my streams and chat and stuff. I know I do longer streams with this story, but it makes it more worthwhile. Just, it's really hard for me to stream whenever it's an empty room. So, thank you for making it entertaining for me just as much as it is, I hope, for you guys. Alright, well, anyways,